May I have your attention, please? We're going to start the meeting now. Thank you. I'm calling this meeting to order today, Tuesday, August 13th, 2024. And at this time, I'd like to have the supervisors introduce themselves. District 1.
Yes, and welcome it back, everyone. I guess this is our first regular board meeting since the quote break. And it's great to be here. And thank you all. We have a fairly full group here today. Patrice Horseman, I am the supervisor for District 1 and the vice chair of the board. Good morning.
District 2.
Good morning, everyone. Geronimo Vasquez, supervisor for District 2. Thank you for being here. Back to work.
Yes, I'm Adam Hess, District 3 supervisor. Thank you.
District 4. Judy Begay, supervisor for Coconino Board of Supervisors and current chair. Thank you for being here. We have a long agenda, but I know we're going to get through this pretty quick. Thank you. District 5.
Lena Fowler, welcome. And hope you had a great summer. Well, it's just July, right?
We're all confused. Okay, at this time, we'll go ahead and do the Pledge of Allegiance. At this time, we are going to go have a call to the public. We will now have the call to the public to allow for any comments from the public. Please note that issues presented during call to the public that are not on the agenda can not be acted on by the Board of Supervisors. For items not on the agenda, individual supervisors may ask questions of the public, but are prohibited by open meeting law from discussing or considering the item. Only the speaker who has been called upon is authorized to speak. To encourage and respect the expression of all views, we ask that there are no disruptions. Individuals are limited to 3 minutes for their comments. Clerk Daly will explain how the public can provide comments.
Thank you, Chair Begay. At this time, if there's anyone that would like to provide a comment, we have comment cards on the table. You're more than welcome to fill out and bring to me, or if you want to make your way to the podium, you can do so as well. If you've joined us virtually, you can hit the raise hand icon that will appear if you hover towards the bottom of your screen. It looks like a hand. If you click on that, that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. If you've joined by telephone, you can hit *9, and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. And I do have one comment card from Regina Salas. If you'd like to come up, and we'll set the clock for 3 minutes.
Howdy, Madam Chair Begay, Madam Vice Chair Horseman, and Board of Supervisors. I am Regina Salas, your Arizona at Work Assistant Director and your local coordinator for Rapid Response and Workforce Reduction Support. I'm here to share with you that last week, a successful Rapid Response Workforce Reduction Support and hiring event was held at Shaftsdale Plant in Belmont, following the company's announcement to close its facility at the end of August. This was attended by Chair Begay and Supervisor Hess. Thank you so much. It affects 63 employees. The event was organized by our local Rapid Response team in partnership with the State Rapid Response team, Career Connectors on several employers. In response to the warn notice filed by Shaftsdale, which the Board of Supervisors and the clerk received in the beginning of July, the event provided critical support services to impacted workers. These services included reemployment assistance, resume writing, job readiness training, career counseling, interviews, resources on unemployment insurance, and hiring opportunities. Of the 63 employees, the two-day event serve all 31 affected workers who participated, including a veteran and individual with disability. Additionally, 12 employees have either decided to relocate to another location within the company or have already secured a new employment. While some workers opted to not to participate, the event provided essential support to those who attended. We extend our sincere thanks to the 6 employers headed by our Coconino County Human Resources and Public Works. And 4 additional employers continue to receive applications and resumes from the displaced workers, demonstrating the ongoing impact of this collaborative effort. This event stands as a testament to the power of partnership as multiple organizations came together to support our community. By providing training and new job opportunities, we are helping dislocated workers transition smoothly during this challenging and trying time. Our local rapid response workforce reduction support team also connects workers affected by other recent closures in our community. Available at no cost to the employers and employees. These businesses include Big Lots, Flagstaff, Kachina Kitchen, Grimaldi's, and Peter Piper Pizza. So please continue supporting our program with Arizona at Work. And I also want to announce to the supervisors and our citizens in the community, we have an upcoming stakeholder meeting to update our local plan for WIOA. This meeting is this Thursday, and it's on our county event page and our community page for our events for Coconino employees. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Thank you.
And if there's anyone else that would like to provide comment, you can make your way to the podium, or you can hit the raise hand icon that will appear if you hover towards the bottom of your screen. If you've joined us virtually, if you've joined by phone, you can hit *9 and that will raise your hand. And at this time, Chair Begay, we do not have any hands raised on the virtual format. And we do not have any additional comment cards.
Let's give it a minute again.
And we do not have any hands raised.
Thank you, Ms. Daly. Thank you for. Okay, now we're at the consent agenda. All matters under consent agenda are considered to be routine and will be enacted by a single motion. Are there any items that the board members wish to consider separately?
Madam Chair.
Supervisor
Yes.
Horstman.
Thank you. And there are some items I would like to remove for consideration and discussion. Item 3, item 4, item 5, item 18, and item 20. And I would also ask as part of that to table per request from our staff, items 28 and number 35, if we table those items.
Thank you, Supervisor Horstman. Are there any other board members that wish to?
Yes, Madam
Supervisor
Chair.
Fowler?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to pull number 11. Number 36. And the rest is under these items on consent. Okay.
Thank you, Fowler. Mr. Supervisor Hess?
Yes, I'd like to just pull number 8, please.
Thank you. Supervisor Vasquez, you have anything? Thank you. Thank you, Board. So items that are going to be pulled are 3, 4, 5, 11, 18, 8, 20, and 36. And request to have number 28 and 35 tabled. Okay, we'll go ahead and go for the a motion at this time.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion to,
I thought you made
can you?
I'll make a motion to go ahead and accept the consent agenda minus items 3, 4, 5, 8, 11, 18, 20, and 36, and tabling items 28 and 35.
Thank you, Supervisor Vasquez. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oppose? Abstain? Motion passed unanimously. Okay, going back to item number 3.
If I may?
Yes, go ahead,
Yeah,
Horseman.
thank you, Chair. This is just basically, I'm very pleased that myself and my colleagues, District 1 and District 2, we put money, part of our CI initiative funds to the Northland Family Help Center for their International Association of Human Trafficking Investigation 13th Annual Conference in Florida coming up from September 4th to the 6th. Obviously, this is something that we all here on the board can get behind and support. And I'm so pleased that they're doing this, and I'm pleased to be part of a contribution to make this a successful program. So with that, I would make a motion that we approve the funding agreement to provide 2,000 from District 1 and 6,000 from District 2 Community Initiative funds for the Northland Family Help Center for their International Association of Human Trafficking Investigators coming up September 4th through the 6th.
I'll second.
Okay, motion's been made by Supervisor Horseman and second by Supervisor Vasquez for item number 3. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Oppose? Abstain? Motion carries. Okay, now item number 4. Supervisor Horseman?
Madam Chair, and I hope I've got this right, hope I didn't misunderstand, but I believe that we are changing the consent item on number 4 and to appoint Sarah Schuman to the City of Flagstaff, Coconino County Library Board to fill the position vacated by Corey Hartman for a term which is to expire January 26, 2025. And certainly, I applaud Sarah Schuman for stepping forward for this important board and commission. And with that, I would make that a motion.
Okay, item number 4 is appointing Sarah Schuman to the City of Flagstaff County Library Board position that is vacant. So is there a second? Motion.
second.
Okay, motion second by Supervisor Hess. Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oppose? Abstain? Motion carries. Item number 5.
If I may, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Supervisor.
Well, this has been a long time discussion here with this board. This is the roadway improvements for the Ranch of the Peaks development. And with that, I think it's important that we get an update from Public Works. I think they know we were going to pull. Oh, there you are. Hi, Christopher. And thank you for this.
Thank you. Chair Begay and Vice Chair Horseman. I wasn't sure if community development was going to speak. That's why I didn't rush right up here. I didn't want to step on their toes. But it's common practice for Coconino County to accept the roads of the subdivision that have been built to the road standard. This project actually predates me at the county. It goes all the way back to 2010 or 2009 when this started. And so there's quite a history of this community, and it's changed hands several times out there at the ranch at the Peaks. And the new owner wanted to bring things to the Board of Supervisors to make some changes that were in one of the original agreements, and it was identified that the roads had never actually been accepted. So the developer and their contractor has brought the roads up to the standard that the county has asked them to. They've made some improvements, given the lack of maintenance that's taken place over the last 14 years. But at this time, we're ready to accept the roads into the county inventory. It's been a good process and a good learning experience, I think. And but we're finally there.
Madam Chair,
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
with that, and thank you for all your hard work and your staff's hard work on this. I know this is going to make things in life easier for the community out there. And so with that, Madam Chair, I would ask for a motion. I am making a motion to approve Resolution 2024-43, accepting roadway improvements, construction within the right-of-way of phases 1 and 2 of Ranches at the Peaks development into the county's road maintenance inventory.
Congratulations to the community. I second that. I know these processes are long processes. They're not very easy to get the roads into the county system. So thank you for working with the community.
Thank you, Supervisor Horseman, for making the motion, and seconded by Supervisor Fowler. And I'd just like to say thank you so much. I think we do have a lot more to go, in certain areas that I think we can look at as far as getting some of them on our inventory, to help the constituents out there that, need their roads maintained. So thank you so much for you and your staff doing that. So there's a motion and second. Any other comments by the board? Okay, there's a motion and second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oppose? Abstain? Motion carries. Okay, item number 8.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Supervisor Hess?
Yes, I just wanted to take a second to acknowledge John McCartney for volunteering. We need good people to volunteer for all the boards. It really helps us to, and it helps the county to move forward and have the buy-in. So I'd like to make a motion to reappoint John McCartney to the Board of Adjustment from District 3 from August 13th, 2024 through August 13th, 2028.
Second.
Okay, motion's been made and second. Any comments by the board? There being none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Abstain? Motion carries. Item number 18. 11, I'm sorry, 11.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I pulled this item just for information purpose. I noticed there's a contract with the Witness Victim Services with Coconino County. And they're just an organization that really has a very positive impact. And I thought that maybe our county attorney's office could really provide information about this particular program and how it works and how it works with the county attorney's office. We've had experience with this organization. I know probably each of the supervisors, when there's an incident that happens, they come in, but I wanted to give the county attorney time to just really give a highlight about this particular organization.
Thank you. Supervisor Fowler, Chair Begay, thank you, members of the board. I'm Ammon Barker. I'm not the county attorney quite yet. Bill Ring is here, but he pushed me forward, so I'm here to address your question. Victim Witness Services has been critical with partnering with our office. They provide victim advocacy work for the county. And just so you know, they've expanded greatly over the last few years. It used to be that they only had an office in Flagstaff and Page, and now they've expanded to Williams, to Lachey, all the way to St. Michael's. I mean, they've really expanded out into Navajo Nation as well. And we've seen that in the numbers too, the people that they're helping across these areas. And so in any criminal case, if the victim is involved, we really rely on them to provide the advocacy through the court process. as everyone here, I think, can imagine, being a victim of a crime is hard enough, but then going through the process of the court processes can be difficult and sometimes lacks a little bit of humanity. And so they bring the humanity into that process. And so we really enjoy that partnership and are hoping to continue that partnership into the future. Thank you.
I just want to thank the county manager's office for working with them because they provide, they're like the first ones on the scene, trying to help victims getting counseling for the children, for the trying to find resources for the victims. And they even provide ceremonies if they want that, the prayers if they want, some kind of any kind of help that they might be able to, the family needs. They're right there for them. So I really appreciate this program and know that they have to be really, really strong to be able to go right in and right after an incident happens. So just want to thank our county attorney for working with the organization and and our sheriff's department and our other law enforcement, because they're the ones that are right there. I think they're part of the way I see them is they're part of the first responders. So I just want to appreciate them. Thank you. Well, with that, Madam Chair, if there's no other comment, I'd like to move that we approve the FY25 independent contract agreement with Victims Witness Services for Coconino County to provide victims advocacy services for victims of crime in cases prosecuted by the Coconino County Attorney's Office at the cost of not to exceed $163,000.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler, for making a motion. Do we have a second on this?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Horseman. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oppose? Abstain? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is number 18. Horseman?
Madam Chair, if I may, I know this is a important award of an RFP, and I also know there was a bit of controversy associated with it. And so I think it's important for us to get some background information. And I see that we have members of the WIOA board with us here, including the director. So I'd love to get an overview on what this is and what we are asked to approve here today.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, Madam Vice Chair and Board. The RFP that we're asking you to approve today is of the Title 1B service provider for WIOA. Title 1B services in our community in Coconino County is the lifeline of your workforce system. These individuals that you're asking to bring in, Eckerd Connect, will be providing those resources. Have you heard the Assistant Director, Regina, came up and she's talked about rapid response events? These are your hands-on individuals. These are your individuals that will go in and help build those resumes, help connect with those employers to make sure those opportunities are there. These are these individuals who will connect with your Tinkertopia and your economic development leaders in your community. These are the face of your workforce system in your community. These are the individuals that you release out when trouble hits, when disaster hits in a community. These are the one that reaches out to your employers as well as your individuals in your community. The process that was utilized to select Eckerd Connect was a two-phase process. What we did the first time was we were able to work with the county procurement office, and we selected a team of individuals to go through the first round. Those individuals were made up of executive directors that makes up the Arizona workforce system throughout the state of Arizona. Those individuals were able to select the top 2 candidates and submit them to the Workforce Development Board. Those top 2 was able to be reviewed by the Workforce Development Board, was vetted by the workforce system, and was unanimously recommended to the Board of Supervisors for approval. What you can expect from Eckerd Connect is individuals that's going to come in and serve the youth, continue to serve the employers, continue to collaborate with your educational systems, and continue to work with your economic development as well as collaborate with with the county in order to meet the needs of our workforce system, not only today, but down the line as we build a pipeline of skilled workers to meet our employers' needs. At this time, what we're doing is we're asking the board to approve Eckerd Connect as the Title I-B service provider for Coconino County so we can continue to serve the population as we are today. We do have Eckerd Connect online if you would like to hear from them. We did ask them to come by, but if not, that's all we have for you, Board of Supervisors.
If I may.
Thank you, Supervisor Horstman.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks for that overview. And I want to make it, I know that Title I Adult and Dislocated Worker Program and the Title I Youth Program and services to Coconino County is really essential for our community. And we in Coconino County want to, and the Board of Supervisors want to make sure that we continue to receive these Title I funds, and that we are able to account for them and to provide a program consistent with the needs of our community and consistent with the numerous requirements that we do need to follow, not only federal, but in terms of state. So for that, I want to thank you, and I think this is really important. I don't know Eckerd Connects, but I know that they must have gone through a pretty good vetting process for them to be recommended. And as I understand it, this was a position that was originally held by the county through HHS. Is that correct?
That is correct. HHS has been the Title I service provider for some time.
And I know that this is something that is a good situation and is being, I assume is something that's being promoted and by HHS as well to go forward with this.
Absolutely. In the workforce space, HHS will not be serving as our Title I-B service provider, but in the workforce language, they are a goal partner in what we do. And so they will continue to be a close partner in everything that we do. We cannot be successful in the workforce system and the work that we're being asked to do without the help of a HHS system.
Very good. Thank you. And I know it's just under $1 million. So this is important for us to make sure we've gotten it right. And I would make sure that I know the county attorney's office has also reviewed this and want to make sure that this meets the criteria for us to go forward with this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Horstman. Any other comments by the board? I just want to say thank you for all the hard work you guys are doing. It's very important to, provide services to our constituents out there in need. And I had the firsthand knowledge of what you guys were doing, and it was very appreciated by me, and I'm pretty sure it's appreciated by others that have been assisted through this program. And with support from HHS, I think we need to continue. And so I just want to say thank you so much, and trying to help people that have been dislocated that will do relocation, and they're sitting there and you're doing a lot of referrals, and we had our county staff there that were providing services, and I was thank each department that was out there that one day, and it means a lot to me. So I just want to say thank you for all the hard work, and certainly administration is there, and we just want to say we're all here to work together. We all have to be together and plan together, and make things happen together. And so that's what I want to say. Thank you so much. So Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. It's exciting that we have a new provider that will be coming to the county, and I look forward to once they get on board and start actually working with our community, that we get an update with them sooner than annually, maybe in a quarter once they have their foot in the door. I would like to hear from them their strategies on how to help our county and what's that going to be different than what's already been done. So thank you.
Thank you. So where were we at?
I'm sorry. I would be happy to make this motion. I think it's really important for our community. So let's make sure we get it done and get it done right. So I would at this time ask that we award RFP 2024-118 to Eckerd Youth Alternatives, Inc., doing business as Eckerd Connects, to provide Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act Title I Adult and Dislocated Workers Program and WIOA Title I Youth Program Services for the Coconino County Workforce Development Board in an annual amount not to exceed $940,000 for a term through June 30th, 2026, with 2 optional 1-year renewals.
Thank you, Supervisor Horseman. Is there a second on this motion?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Supervisor Vasquez. There's a motion and there's a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oppose, abstain, motion carries.
Thank you.
Item number 20,
If I may, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Horseman.
Yes, and I just wanted to pull this, and I see that Gail Jackson is with us. And I wanted to pull this because I want to recognize again, as was done earlier, the importance of our volunteers who come forward to help us and partner with the county on these important boards and commissions. It's always interesting when you see the names because they're always the busiest people in our community who are stepping forward and taking on a little bit more to help make our community even a better place. So I wanted to recognize Gail Jackson, and I don't know if she wants to say a few words before I make the motion.
Good morning, supervisors. I'm Gail Jackson with Econa. Thank you, Supervisor Horseman, for the acknowledgement. I've been on the Workforce Development Board now for 2 years, and it's going through some significant change right now. So I am grateful to have the opportunity to do this again for 2 years. I think there's some opportunity for more partnership when it comes to workforce and what economic development is trying to do, and the data collection piece of that. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And with that, Madam Chair, if I may, I would at this time make a motion that we approve for recommendation from the Coconino County Workforce Development Board to reappoint Gail Jackson for a term of August 13th, 2024 through August 13th, 2026.
Motion, is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Supervisor Hess. Before I take the vote, I just want to say thank you, for coming forth and doing, wanting to volunteer, for the community again. So, at the end of the day, you feel good, when you do that. I've worked with several boards that were nonprofit organizations, and, just being there and being board members and a board member and just helping out where I can and things like that. Really, it's good. And, you're giving back to the community is what it is. So there's a motion and there's a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Abstain? Motion carries. Okay, we have 2 tabling items that were taken off of the agenda. Item number 28. Their motion.
Madam Chair, I would ask that we table items number, should I get them? 28 and 35 from the consent agenda.
There is a motion to table items number 28 and 35 off of the agenda today. Is there a second? Second by Supervisor. Second by Ms. Supervisor Fowler. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oppose, abstain, motion carries. We are now done with the consent agenda items 1 through 58, I believe. 36. Okay, 36, yeah. Yeah, not, okay. So we have item number 36.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Chris, for coming up. Okay, are we good now? So, Chris, the reason why I asked, I pulled this is because you have a number of contracts with companies and they had to have gone through a process. And engineering companies, purchasing vehicle, hydrology, we have natural channel design, again, in engineering. And we have some of these contracts are renewing and others are I've seen before. And I just want to know remind us what the process is for renting contracts. How do you advertise? How do you do the selection? And how is it that we have these contractors on board now? I know this is the time of year all the contracts get renewed or new ones are brought in.
Sure. Chair Begay and Supervisor Fowler. So we follow the county's procurement policy, and it's somewhat, I guess, advantageous that you're asking this question. So one of our public works staff persons that handles the contracts, her name's Christine Whelan, and after many, many years of service to the county and public works, she's retiring this week. And so she's probably listening right now, and I just want to recognize her for all the good things she's done with us. But with respect to how do we contract and procure services, and you're seeing some of the same names on here because Coconino County and Public Works, we solicit for on-call work, and it's a request for proposals, and they're evaluated, and it's a competitive process. And then we set aside for typical work that we do that we might need to procure quickly, and it's common or typical work. We use that on-call list. However, there's other services that might be related to engineering or purchases of vehicles or upfitting of vehicles that is maybe a one-off. We still use a competitive process when it's appropriate, when we exceed the thresholds for different sole sourcing type work. But we typically in our construction projects, we try to either go with a competitive bid. It's just a hard bid. We take all solicitations, or we use our job order contract list. And even with that pre-approved list, it's also a competitive process there as well. For vehicles, oftentimes we're using, when we purchase vehicles and some other services, engineering services or studies, traffic studies, we use state contracts where a vendor has met criteria and they've already gone through a partner's competitive process. And so we call it piggyback onto a state contract. And so there's almost every procurement that we have that exceeds $100,000. There's almost multiple stages of a competitive process to procure these things. We work closely with Siri and Scott Richardson for the solicitation of these competitive bids or requests for proposals, requests for bids, requests for qualifications. We work with a lot of great people, a lot engineering firms, construction firms that are able to help us carry out a lot of the good things that we're doing with roads and drainage projects that are related to roads as well. So that's our procurement process. Does that help answer your question?
Yes, I think that we just need to just remind ourselves just the process. There is a process that these are not just our friends and our neighbors or our family that are getting these contracts. It's a real competitive process, and it's also we abide by our procurement process, our policies. We have policies for them. We have state policies as well. We just approved our travel policy, and I read through that, and it really refers to the state statutes. And we are an arm of the state of Arizona, so therefore we have to abide by the state of Arizona statutes and regulations and the policies that are at the state level. And it applies to our purchase of equipment. It also applies to our contracts that we issue and the advertisement and all the whole process. It's all these are all lined out, and that's why we have these. So at any one time, sometimes it takes several pages just to go through these, and that's why they're on consent form. So I just wanted to just make that, just have that clearly out there, that we do have a process. It's not just that these are just the same companies that come in and out all the time. So, and there is a process to what you're doing. So appreciate that, and congratulations for your staff's retirement. But I know institutional knowledge is very important, and hopefully there's someone else that is going to step in and be able to do the same. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other comments by the board?
What retirement?
Oh, it's, her name is Christine Whelan.
Oh, okay,
And
not
she's-
you.
Oh, no.
Wait a minute.
That was a secret between Chris and I. No, that it's his staff that he just mentioned earlier that's leaving. So, yeah. So anyway, with that, Madam Chair, I'd like to approve the item number 36, which is asking for independent contract agreement with the courtesy Chevrolet for purchase of county vehicles and fiscal year 2025 and not to exceed 500,000 using state contract CTRO 59315. And I just asked a question about all the other contracts, really how the process goes. So thank you, Chris, for answering the question.
Okay,
Looks like Andy's gonna add something.
yeah,
You want to
Thank
Second by-
you.
wait,
Thank-
wait. Let me have a second, then we can go ahead.
I'll second the
by,
motion. I'll second.
second by Supervisor Hess and Andy.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. I just wanted to announce that Christopher Tressler is not retiring as Public Works Director. Christine Whaling is retiring from Public Works, and so just wanted to publicly congratulate Christine. When we talk about our county employees, and we're talking a lot about this at our employee forums, that are part of the glue, what makes this all work at Coconino County. Christine Whaling is one of those people. Having grown up here, a strong member of the community. Her children attended Coconino High School, and I used to visit with her a lot about parenting, and so just a really great person, and really happy for her in her retirement. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments by the board? No. Okay, I guess what it is too is transparency. I've been worked at other places, and when they came before the board, they gave us the vendors and what they bid it out, and then they went with a bid, and if there's they just kind of showed everything. So I'm used to that, and I think that's one of the things that I would have wanted to see, but this is just a contract that we're looking at again, and but I just want to say, yeah, we have to be transparent out there and with the monies that we get from all resources. So thank you so much for the hard work that you guys do, and certainly we do need vehicles to get around, do our job and stuff like that. So with that, there is a motion, there's a second. All in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Oppose, abstain, motion carries. So that takes care of our items 1 through 58. Consent agenda. And then now we are going to the flood district. May I have a motion to resolve as a flood control district board of directors? Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Are there any items that the board? Okay. Okay. All in favor say aye.
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 Oppose, abstain, motion carries. Okay, so now we have these items that are listed, 59 through 65. Are there any items that the board members want to consider separately? 59, okay. 59. Okay, so then we have items 60 through 66. Any other ones that you guys want to pull? There being none, then is there a motion?
I would make a motion that we accept the consent agenda items 60 through 65.
Second.
Motion made, second by Supervisor Fowler. All in favor, say aye.
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 Oppose, abstain, motion carries. Now we're back to item 59, Supervisor Fowler.
Hi, Lucinda. I
Good
love
morning.
that color on you.
Thank you.
So it's the same question as Chris,
Mhm.
you know, we have these contracts that are coming through. Flood District has lots of contracts that are unrolling or else others coming in and out. So what is the process and how do we make selections as to which on-call engineering service or other engineers? You have Natural Design as well, and they've been with us since 2010. It's really good we discovered them. Or they
Very
discovered us.
good. Thank you. Appreciate the question. And Chair and Supervisor Fowler, Director Fowler. You know, it's been interesting because we have kind of a mix. If you look at that list over the years, there's kind of a mix of some new firms, but then firms that we do have considerable history with: Natural Channel Design Engineering, Civil Tech, J. Fuller Hydrology, who have really now have worked with us through, you know, a number of floods, fires and flooding. And really, we probably have the top team relative to post wildfire, I can safely say, in the country. And that's being recognized by the federal agencies and other organizations. So I am extremely grateful, and we are very appreciative that we have that caliber of people and that they have offices and a presence in this area. We're very fortunate. In terms of the procurement process for consulting engineers, it goes through a qualifications process because it's professional services. And per the state statute and county policy and district policy, this particular procurement, both the district and Public Works did a joint effort to select these firms 3 years ago based on their qualifications. And now, when this expires in 2 years, that this, you know, it's a 5-year agreement. When this expires, then we will independently. I think what we're looking at now is that the district would do, frankly, a separate procurement process, because some of the firms that Public Works needs to deal with are much more involved in road projects. That's their business, you know, and that's fine. You know, organizations specialize. And then others really specialize in hydrology and much more of the types of services that a flood control district would need. So, and now that we are an independent entity separate from Public Works as our own department, that provides that opportunity to do that. We will certainly consult with each other in those processes, but you know, I see us you know, honing in a little bit more on what are the exact services that we need as a district. So, but you're right, it's a transparent, as the chair mentioned, it's a transparent process that goes through a competitive process. And frankly, everything we do does go through a competitive process. So, but we're very fortunate here, both for Public Works and flood control. We've had a really good set of consulting engineers that have made the difference. There's no way that we could, frankly, have expended now upwards of $85 million in about less than 18 months if we hadn't had that expertise. So thank you.
Well, thank you. I kind of, earlier you were talking about, you know, how the the caliber of experience and they know what to do. I just got off a river trip.
You saw the real water.
And the crew, you know, that's just like they know what each other's thinking and they just get
Just
it
do
done
it,
as like
yeah.
there, you know, it just from sun up to sundown and making sure everything is like in such orderly process. And it's like there's no do this, do that. No, it's like they silently just know
Yeah,
what
work
they're
together.
doing. Yeah. So anyway, I just appreciate you giving an explanation and giving the process and just trying to make sure that we all know that there is a process and that
Absolutely.
we really stay with that and our own internal policy as well as the state, and then being able to just work with the firms around. So thank you so much.
Great.
Thank
Thank
you, Madam
you.
Chair. With that, I would like to approve item 59, consideration of possible action to approve a third amendment of the agreement with Elton Telson Inc. and the Flood District for RFQ 2021-109 on-call engineering service for projects up to 500,000 for the period of August 1st to 2024 through July 31st, 2025.
Okay, is there a motion by,
Have a second.
okay, the director? So there's a motion by Director Fowler and second by Director Vasquez. Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Abstain, motion carried. Okay, now, may I have a motion to resolve as the Board of Supervisors?
So moved.
There's a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Okay. Now we may have a motion to resolve as the Health District Board of Directors.
You didn't vote.
Oh, yeah. Okay, let's go back. I keep forgetting to vote. Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, oppose, abstain. Motion carries. Now, may I have a motion to resolve as the Health District Board of Directors?
So moved.
Okay, Director Vasquez, motion, Director Fowler, second. We are now with the Public Health District Consent Agenda. Okay, vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Oppose, abstain, motion carries. Are there any items that the board member want to consider separately for items number 66 through 71? There being none, is there a motion?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Supervisor.
I would make a motion that we accept the consent agenda, items number 66 through 71.
I'll second.
Okay, there is a motion by Director Horseman and second by Director Hess. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oppose, abstain, motion carries. So now we go back to Board of Supervisors. Is there a motion to go back to Board of Supervisors? Motion by Supervisor Fowler, second by Supervisor Vasquez. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oppose, abstain. Okay, motion carries. Okay. Okay, may I have a motion to resolve as a jail district board of directors?
So moved.
Okay, is there a second? Second, by okay, there is a motion by Supervisor Hess and second by Supervisor Fowler. All in favor say aye.
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 Oppose, abstain, motion carries. Okay, we are now at the jail district consent agenda. Are there any items that we wish to pull? No, okay, so. Where am I at?
Madam Chair,
Yeah,
I'd be happy to make a motion to approve item number 72 as the consent agenda. item.
motion made by Director Horseman. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Director Fowler. Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose, abstain, motion carries. May I have a motion to resolve as a Board of Supervisors? Is there a second? Second, there's motion and there is a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose, abstain, motion carries. Action item number 73.
Thank you,
Okay.
Madam Chair and members of the board. For this item, we're actually asking if we can hold off on the motion and vote today. This was to be the approval of the tax levies for Coconino County for fiscal year 25, as well as accepting the tax rates for the other districts. You'll note that the resolution mentions as one of the last items that the county has received information in order to transmit those rates to the state. And that is one of our statutory obligations to do by the third Monday in August. Unfortunately, we have not received sufficient information to do that yet and still working with those districts. In getting to this point, it's not only the county property taxes, but it's the property taxes for all of the taxing jurisdictions, including school districts, fire districts, the community college, the cities, other special assessments. And it really is a big effort that includes our clerk, Lindsay Daly, the treasurer's office and Sarah and her team, Armando and the assessor's office team, and of course, Superintendent of Schools, Cheryl Mango-Pageant and her team coming together. And most of those rates then have been determined, but there are a few that just maybe need a little more attention in order for us to all feel that the information that we are to transmit to the state on their behalf is accurate. And I want to thank Treasurer Benatar for her efforts in working with those districts. We had a good meeting yesterday where she's going to do some follow-up with those districts to help get them where they need to be in order to get these rates ready for you all. So what we wanted to do today was just get input on the meeting for Monday. As we know, this is short notice. There is no requirement to be in person for it other than holding a regular meeting. So we just wanted to check in and see if you would prefer to do it in person, if it will work for everyone to do it over Zoom in order to, again, meet that Monday statutory deadline. Because again, today, it's not going to be possible given some of the information we received from the districts.
Thank you, Siri. So at this time, we're going to be holding off on this item.
That is correct.
Okay.
And I think you're wanting to know about our availability on Monday, which is the last day
Correct.
to approve these taxes. And of course, that always gives me heartburn to even hear this because we do have a statutory obligation. And if for some reason we lost a quorum or whatever, we would be in big trouble here in Coconino County. So I really hate to see these going down to the wire. And it is what it is, I guess, but I guess it's important then that we, the board, make a commitment to be there if we can do this on Monday. And, my morning is open. Yes. Good.
Check your calendars.
Good thing you aren't on the river, Supervisor.
And thank you. And as you're checking your calendar, I appreciate the feedback, Supervisor Horseman. I agree. This is an area of statute that really, unfortunately, has conflicting deadlines. Some of the organizations aren't actually required to transmit to us their rate until that same Monday, which can really lead to some problems.
I just need to change a little area, but I can do that. So I guess we can have it on Monday, the 19th.
Chair Begay, members of the board, thank you. We tentatively have scheduled for 9 a.m. on Monday, the 19th. Again, this is a statutory obligation that we, the county, maintain in providing those tax rates to our state of Arizona. Unfortunately, we don't manage all of the districts, and in doing so, would like to applaud Cheryl Mango Pageant, our superintendent of schools, treasurer Sarah Benatar, Sari Malani, our finance director, and ensuring that the rates are correct and that the rates match the budgets that the various districts are submitting. And so really working on their behalf to ensure that those districts get it right, so to speak, and that we're transmitting the correct information to the state of Arizona to fulfill the county's statutory obligation. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other comments by the board?
I mean, I could certainly be here in person, but I think we should probably set it as a hybrid board meeting just in case.
It's better in person to address some of these things that, come on our agenda. So again, we will have it Monday at 9 a.m.
Thank you.
Okay, we're down to an executive session, which is scheduled from 11:30 till 12. And we still have,
Can we go forward early?
what's that? Go
Chair
ahead.
Begay, members of the board, thank you so much. That is the schedule that we're working off of to ensure that we're meeting our timelines, but there is nothing restricting us from going into executive session now. And in doing so, we would be moving upstairs to our conference room to meet with outside counsel as well.
And return that after lunch.
And then the recommendation would be that we return after lunch, I believe 1:15. We have a time certain item with Parks and Recreation.
Okay.
1:15.
Sorry, Manager Bertelson. Also, there's an action item for after the exec session, so we would have to come down here to do the action before going to lunch.
Thank you, Clerk Daly.
That's what I was looking at. That's why I was asking. Okay, so we'll go ahead and go and we're going to be executive session and we're going to come back down.
If I may.
Okay.
Members of the board, at this time, I'd make a motion that we go into executive session for the purpose of discussion and consultation with attorney and to obtain legal advice, to provide possible instructions to attorney regarding current litigation pursuant to ARS 38431.03 A3 and 4 regarding Walmart Properties, Inc. v. Coconino County, an active tax valuation appeal.
Is there a second? Second, motion made by Supervisor Horstman, second by Supervisor Vasquez. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, abstain, and we will return for one more item right after the executive session. Then we'll go to lunch. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We're going to go ahead and start the meeting. We are now on item number 76, and we do have some discussion items on the agenda. So we'll go with item number 76, Parks and Rec, Cindy.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Cynthia Nemeth, Parks and Recreation Director. Good to see you this afternoon. I feel like it's been a while. So I'm delighted to be here. And I'm especially excited to talk about the Frontieri Master Plan. This afternoon, we're going to review the process that we engaged our staff and the public in developing the draft master plan that you're going to hear about. We'll talk a little bit about the input that we heard. And then the exciting part is we'll review a conceptual draft map that is the result of all of the input that we received. And then we also want to talk about the implementation strategy because, you know, it all takes funding into consideration, staffing, and it's you'll hear how it's pretty much a tiered approach. Like one thing has to happen before the next thing can happen. And all of this, today's presentation is all in preparation for August 27th, when we'll come back to you for a final adoption of this master plan. So this is your opportunity to take or to provide us with your final input and direction if you have any to provide. But as a matter of background, I wanted to just remind all of us that in December 5th of 2023, staff presented to this board generally what was happening with Frontieri, right? The Frontieri property in general, and more specifically, the buildings themselves. And the board at that time gave us direction to repurpose that property. We shared some, very conceptual ideas of what could potentially happen out there. And we were all in agreement that it was best to repurpose the property and make it more available to the public. Because remember, at the time, it was actually not even available to the public. And prior to that, it was only available by permit. And we know that this is such a beautiful, beautiful area and should be more accessible than what it had been in the past. So we talked about the vision of it being passive recreation. Remember, there's a conservation easement on the property, so there are limits to what can happen on that. So on that property, so we contracted with our consultant who's here today, and you'll get a chance to hear from him, Mr. Peter Burkois, and he's going to lead the conversation today. He'll guide you through the process. He'll share highlights with you, the comments that we received, and he'll talk to you about the envisioned implementation plan as we see it today, based on what we know today. And then also he'll very excitingly share the draft conceptual plan with you. So I'm going to, I actually had some slides that I just kind of spaced through them, didn't I? Thank you, Lindsay. All right, well, advance through all the slides that you just heard me talk about, and we'll land on this one. And here's where I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Peter Burkois. And this map is basically a conceptual map, just to kind of reorient you to where the Frontieri property lies within the general context. Peter.
Well, good afternoon. Chair Begay, Vice Chair Horstman, and members of the board. I'm Peter Burgoyes. I'm a planner and landscape architect from Prescott. My hair color probably reveals I've been at this a long time. I've been in Prescott for about 25 years. I've worked throughout the country on various projects, various sizes. And I've been working with Cynthia and staff over the past several months on the master plan or preparing a master plan, listening to the voices that we've heard or the suggestions that we've heard. Most recently, and I'll do a little comparison here. Most recently, we finished up a plan for the latest or what will be the latest state park for the state of Arizona. And that's the Verde River Headwater State Park in the north side of Chino Valley. And I worked with the Trust for Public Lands and State Parks and Trails, and much bigger piece of property than the Frontieri property. It's about 1,000 acres, excuse me, 1,000 acres. But similar in regards that it has resource values that are very important. Natural resources as well as human resources and cultural resources. In that case, it's the headwaters of the Verde River, so you can imagine how important water is. And the picture of water there, Del Rio Springs, which supplied water over 100 years ago to the communities of Williams, Seligman, Ash Fork, and even the south rim of the Grand Canyon. So its reach, the reach of its water went a long ways. The human resources, the cultural resources go back to indigenous use of the property or those areas, as well as the more recent use over the past 150 years by the settlers. And it was the first seat of government for Arizona territory. So it's rich with that. Frontieri property is also rich with stories. And we'll talk a little bit more about those in a moment. The map that's in front of you, or oh, I'm sorry. Should I back off here? Oh, you're at the soundboard, are you? You want me to test it? Is that better? Okay, I won't start over if that's all right. Okay. The map that's on your screen right now, I believe you saw it at the previous meeting, shows where the Frontieri property is. And the real purpose of this map is to show you that it's not an island. It's not sitting out there by itself. It has a relationship to a lot of the properties around it, particularly the Rogers Lake County Natural Area. The Coconino National Forest, the state land, the Miller properties, Miller Trust properties across Rogers Lake from it on the north end, Camp Navajo. And then the improvements that have been done over the years to the Rogers Lake natural area that Parks has put into play, which are pretty spectacular, the trail system and interpretive system, wildlife viewing. So this is really a, I won't call it a continuation, but it's linked very closely with those properties. Can I control the? That's technologically, I'm terrible. So that's a big step. Able to change the slides. The highlights of the master plan, which are in front of you, as Cynthia said, the conservation easement is really kind of like the sideboards we need to work within. And so the Central Arizona Land Trust are key player, stakeholder in the process. And they will continue to be. Because as the park develops, more ideas come about, in addition to what we're talking about today, it really needs to be vetted with CALT and discussed with CALT. It focuses on low impact, passive recreation, with wildlife being one of the paramount items to be considered. The implementation process is phased, and I believe, gosh, in your meeting on the 6th, on the June 4th, I believe it was, there was someone said something about small steps, and it needed to be really taken judiciously, particularly when it comes to fiscal responsibility. And then finally, we received great engagement from various public and private agencies and groups. And just to give you a cross-section of that, certainly is Parks and Recreation staff, Parks and Recreation Commission, Coconino National Forest, Miller Family, Cult, which we mentioned, Arizona Game and Fish, Camp Navajo, Friends of Coconino County Parks, and Windmill Mountain Ranch. And there were others as well. The process, the beginning of it was fairly standard. When I say standard, it's a collection of creation and collection of documents and maps that exist. Some had to be created. An analysis of what the site provides from a contextual standpoint. The first thoughts meetings with the staff was taking a plan that really wasn't a plan. It was just, hey, here's some ideas. Let's get a reaction. The values and visions workshops were conducted with the Parks and Rec Commission and with stakeholders. And that's actually, that's where the green and red dots were. You may have seen some plans that had a lot of green and red dots on them. We let the participants, you know, vote with their dots in a way that would visually show things that were liked and things that weren't so liked. Input meeting with the board, that was on June 4th. Conceptual plan was then reviewed back with the workshop participants, and it was another round of comments. From the first thoughts plan, we prepared a plan that was scaled back a little bit because the input we received from on the previous workshops to kind of lower the intensity of the development or proposal. And then there was an online comment period, which was several weeks, I believe. And then the final draft was reviewed by Parks and Rec Commission, and they had several comments, which we will talk about. What we heard very briefly, and you see a list of things here. Again, this isn't the complete list, but it's perhaps some of the highlighted ones with a real emphasis on dark skies, on noise, or keeping noise to a minimum. That word you see over in the second column, about halfway down, it says protect the view shed and the sound shed. Now, I'm not sure if that's the first use of the word sound shed, but I'm going to keep using it. Somebody came up with it. It's a great description of how far sound may travel when you're proposing activities in an area. Limiting the gatherings to 50 people or smaller. Day use with dawn to dusk hours. And then towards the end there, you'll see one says ensure economic sustainability. Everything we do or should do should be within the context of making sure it doesn't put a burden on the parks, not only staff, but also budgets and the county budgets. I'm going to go. This is the concept master plan, and I'll try to not get too complicated about it or too detailed about it, but kind of decipher it a little bit. The numbers, well, the white line around the outside is the property line. That's pretty straightforward. Woody Mountain Road is over there kind of going diagonally from southwest to northeast. Rogers Lake, you can see on the upper part of the plan. The existing trailhead on Woody Mountain Road, which is the end of two-spot trail, is that TH. And there's a parking lot there today and the trailhead that comes down from the wildlife viewing platform up at the northeast corner or northeast end of two-spot trail. The green dotted line are proposed trails. The kind of brown, light brown, tan line is a roadway that exists today. The yellow or orange line is a proposed road as part of a campground. Within the kind of where you see a lot of the numbers and a lot of the activity, there's a yellow dashed line, which is the building envelope that is part of the conservation easement. Those numbers in the squares are really the phase numbers of where it comes into, where each one of those items comes into play is during the phasing. Let's see, what else do we have on the, oh, there's small squares, they have some numbers in them. And what those numbers are distance from the trailhead. So in other words, if you're walking the trail from the trailhead on Woody Mountain Road and you get up to where it says OC, which is the outdoor classroom, I can't read it. It's 1.2, it's 1.2 miles. If you take the short route, take the long route, you got to add 0.2 of a mile to it. But that's the way it is with all those numbers. So from a phasing standpoint, the first two phases, the areas you see in numbers 1 and 2 are really focused on the trail development, interpretive signage, and low impact resource management. And what's that? That's managing the wildlife, managing the vegetation, making sure the fences are safe for animals and people. And no, I'll call it extensive development. There is a Ramada that's proposed as part of phase 1, which is north of the blue circle up there. You'll see Ramada with a 1 next to it that's not even on the Frontier property, but it's on its way to the Frontier property. Let's see what else. I'm dancing between 2 pages here with the implementation plan, so I want to make sure I don't miss anything. The one of the things that I suggested, and from a management standpoint, at the bottom of the plan, you'll see that blue circle. That's to move the lock gate that currently exists on the roadway going into the property, to move the lock gate out to Woody Mountain Road. Reason being is we just don't want to keep that dead end with a lock gate, the potential of just people camping there, or, so you have to manage trash or manage, whatever comes with people there. So let's pull it out to Woody Mountain Road, a little easier to take care of. Ultimately, in phase 3, that would become the main entrance to the property. There would be interpretive signs, unpaved parking area up in the day use area where it says number 1. And reseed and manage invasive weeds in the building demo areas. Those are also number 1 up in the day use, kind of in day use areas up there. Phase 2 is like I mentioned, with wildlife habitat and resource enhancements, which include creating openings in the forest to enhance the vegetation diversity, make sure the fences are in good shape, and develop a wildlife viewing area. That is up in the very upper part where you see a WV in the green circle or green square. It's a wildlife viewing platform that's very similar to the one that's on Two Spot Trail over on Woody Mountain Road, the one that exists. Those 2 areas, and in addition, or let's call it a little elaboration of those 2 areas. With the trail development comes interpretive signage. Okay, what's that? We all go places and we see a sign that tells a story. Well, stories are very important. And one of the members of the Parks and Rec Commission said, hey, there's a lot of stories here to be told. And really the story has started to be told up at Two Spot Trail with the viewing platform. And so the book continues to be unfolded as to what the stories are about the history, about the geology, about the cultural history, about the logging history, about the ranching history. It just goes on and on and on, and can be a part and should be a part of the trail system and the interpretive system. I don't know if anybody's walked that geology trail at the south rim of the Grand Canyon, but you walk back in time, you go through millions of years. It's kind of exciting because there's a stone along each way. It doesn't necessarily have to be signage. It could be the design of the Ramada. It could be things in the pavement, just like on the viewing platform today where you see the footprint of an elk. It could be color. It could be an old piece or artifact of ranching history or logging history. There's lots of ways to tell those stories. Phases 3 and 4 start to increase the activity a little bit, but still trying to stay within the thresholds of what we call low impact. Phase 3 is where camping could come into play. Now, we have two alternatives for the campground that are shown on there. One is that where the orange road is, and it says camp number 3 with a campground underneath it. And then there's one that says campground alternative, which is confined to the building envelope that is part of the conservation easement. We got a lot of comments about camping. What level, how much? Let's do it in a way that doesn't impact, is wildlife friendly. So we've got two paths that we could go down there. Either path it's anticipated it would not be a county enterprise. Well, it'll be a county enterprise, but run through a concessionaire, so that there's not it's a limited financial burden on the county, on parks and the management, with the responsibility of or some of the uses put in the hands of that concessionaire. The day use management, as well as the campground management, and some of the improvements. There's actually another Ramada proposed as part of 3. You see it in the upper part of the plan, right on the boundary, pretty much, between that number 3 and number 1. And thinking about this, there may be a way to combine that Ramada with the wildlife viewing platform in phase 2, but that's a discussion for later. Phase 4 brings in the outdoor Ramada and outdoor classroom, which is the OC that you see up in the day use area. For programmed activities, again, maximum use of 50 people, but it'd also be a place that could be rented for weddings, family gatherings, but they're managed. It's just not left open for people to come in and do it. And then last but not least, down in the very bottom of the property, at number 4 that you see by that kind of gray-blue dot or circle, I put that in there after one of the first visits, because when you walk onto the property, that's the aha moment. Where you look across and you see the peaks, the view is tremendous. And it's a photo op. So anybody coming onto the property, driving onto the property, can stop and take a picture, because people will stop there, particularly if they haven't been there before. And they'll admire the view and keep going, and even get more. It just gets better and better after that. These next two slides are a list of the phase improvements. I hope I got them all. I may have missed some, but if you see something on your slides that I didn't bring up, please ask about it. Now we'll go to the funding and implementation strategy. The phases are over there on the left-hand side of the table. The timeline is the next column. The improvements are listed there in the center. And then a funding source are three options there on the right-hand side. The first being Coconino County Parks and Rec, grants, and private funding. And like I said earlier, the first 2 phases, 1 to 2 years and then 2 to 3 years, really focus on the trail activity and low-impact resource management. And the funding sources there come mostly from internal workforce or funds and grant opportunities. And there's a grant that we have in place now, or we have when a cultural survey is completed, which is great. So that'll get us through hopefully the first 2 phases, those grant activities. As we go into phases 3 and 4, which are 3 to 5 years, 5 years plus, we talk about bringing camping into the picture, as well as day use activity, not a shift, but there's a movement towards more private funding. There'll still be some internal funding as well as grant funding, but let's shift the burden to a concessionaire so it doesn't put a burden on the county, limits the burden on the county. Now, grants, as you probably know, are all of a sudden a grant will come up. You don't expect it. You have to apply for it and go for it. So that might cause a little bit of movement in the where you do certain things. If a grant's available, great, and it looks like it fits, then maybe we take advantage of that to get certain things done. But and the same with private dollars. There may be donation dollars. There may be naming opportunities that come up that people say, hey, you know that my dad used to go out and go hunting in that area, and I'd love to have that wildlife viewing platform with his name on it. Those kind of things kind of come into play. You don't expect them. They're great things to have. So anyway, this is, a fairly simple implementation strategy, but at least it starts to chart a path for how to implement and how to move forward. Cynthia, do you want me to keep going? I'll keep going. Unless you want to jump up here and just knock me off the podium. See, okay, you're done. Time for discussion, input, and any thoughts you have as we move forward. That plan that you see in the picture is one of those plans with all the dots on it. It had red and green dots of what people liked and didn't like, and we got to go, like I said, we got a tremendous amount of input through those meetings. So.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm a visual person, and I'm thinking, wow, it'd be nice to run out there and see exactly what they're talking about. Because all we've been was to Rogers Lake straight over there and back out. So I think all the area that you're showing is in and around the whole area there. So that would be something that we could do. And I'm still trying to figure out exactly what you're talking about.
Field trip. Oh, excellent. Yeah.
Okay, any other questions, input, discussion? Supervisor Hess?
Yeah, great presentation. It definitely is eye-opening and makes you really think about a lot of things. How does a dusk to dawn hours of operation with camping work? I mean, is that?
I'll let Cynthia
Sure.
jump into this, but there are campgrounds, Forest Service campgrounds that have both day use and camping. And I'm sure there's state parks as well as probably county parks that have day use areas, uses as well as overnight uses, where the day use area is gated off at a certain time of day. And we could do that out there with the way the road system's set up. So it'd be managed like that.
Okay,
thanks. That's
perfect. Another question I had, with two questions. Why is the develop for the photo op viewing area put 5 years out? I think that's probably one of the simplest we could, and one of those you stated, one of the most bang for your buck kind of things where you get in there. Is there a reason why we put that in phase 4 instead of phase 1? I mean, that one would be just a real quick, and maybe unless you're planning on paving it or doing those things, it should just be kind of a pull-out area. I don't know.
You want to address it? Well, I think that's one of the ones we said we may move up to into an earlier phase. A lot of it may be probably dependent on funding, grant funding, where the dollars come from to do that. Like I was saying earlier, we may want to combine it with that Ramada that's in phase 3, try to bump it up so that kind of combine it so you're not doing two things.
Yeah.
Just a thought.
I mean, I didn't know if just because you have more priority that you're looking at doing, or if that was, it just seems like, as you stated, when you pull right off of Woody Mountain Road, if you can just pop in there and take a photo op, sometimes you don't have to go all the way in, and we can maybe reduce the amount of traffic going in that is just for a photo op. And that maybe that's something, or it's that grabber to really get them to be, wow, let's go back and camp there and maybe help. So I was just curious as if there was a thought process behind that.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Supervisor Hess, Mr. Burkois is correct. I mean, it is a feature that could be moved up. I think, well, I know one of the reasons why it is sitting at, the latter years is because of that gate, because it's beyond the gate. And so when we have the opportunity to open it up for drive-in day use, that's one of the reasons why it lands further down the line.
That makes sense. Thank you. That ties in. Appreciate that. That's all I have, Chair.
Supervisor Vasquez?
I'm good and just excited to see how it's going to develop and play out. And I agree. I'd like to see a field trip and, kind of visualize it and get a sense there, spend a little time there and get to see what we're envisioning. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Supervisor Horstman?
Yeah, thank you for this and appreciate the time and effort you put into this. I think these are great plans. I also kind of like the wildlife viewing area coming up if we can. Really would love a field trip. Besides, what better excuse than a field trip to go out there anyway? I really look forward. This is something that is going to be able to be utilized by more members of our community. I think it's a great way to use this property. I'm also looking forward to it and excited about seeing this going forward. So thank you.
Well, thank you. There is one more, excuse me, one more slide. This is the picture is from this April. You can see that Lake Tank, which is on that north end of the property, becomes one with Rogers Lake through the fence. I don't know where the log came from. It's probably been there a long time. There's a blue heron actually perched on the log. The testimony to the wildlife out there.
Thank you, Peter. See if there are any other comments or questions.
Supervisor Fowler?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the presentation. I think it'd be really good to really take it back to the homelands. These are tribal homelands and Navajo and Hopi homelands. And I think that we need to really acknowledge that in some of the explanations. We're talking about signage, and everywhere we go, I think in all counties, what we do, I think we need to acknowledge those. In our county, we've really, even our description of our county, that needs to be revised. And I think that's what we need to do here. And this would be a really good place to start that out and start acknowledging the lands that were here. I think everybody needs to read the book, House of Free Land.
Thank you very much for that.
Anybody else? Okay. Thank you for the presentation, and
You're
I
welcome.
totally agree with my colleague here, Supervisor Fowler. I think we really need to start looking at things like that. So thank you very much.
Thank
for your
you.
presentation.
And if I may, just very quickly, just to be sure, we'll be coming back on August 27th for adoption. Now, is the field trip, which I think is a fabulous idea, something that you want to try to find a time before the 27th, or is after the 27th okay? It's a short time frame, but we can make it happen if you're wanting to do, if it's important to you to do it before the 27th.
I think 27th, and then Supervisor Horseman is saying before.
Okay. We'll endeavor to schedule something before the 27th. Thank you.
Thank you. So good discussion item is number 77. And I will turn that over to County Manager Andy Burleson.
Thank you, Chair Begay, members of the board. Hopefully with Legislative Affairs, we're able to start a bit early. We have Bob and Anna joining us as well as Karen Cruz. If not, we might need to give them a. Yeah.
We could have done the planning calendar.
Karen is getting on. Great. Is she a panel? Okay, great. Thank you, Karen, for joining us. Board members, Chair Begay, Vice Chair Horstman, pleasure to be here with you today. This is our usual annual check-in where we discuss our legislative values and agenda for the state and the federal components of our advocacy work and the centers of government. You know, this is really a conversation. We've met multiple times over the summer with you individually to discuss these documents that are in your packet. My plan for today is to go through, have Karen give a state outlook, discuss a recommendation from the staff to not submit to the County Supervisors Association a legislative policy matter this year, given that it's an election year. Turn it over to Bob and Anna to give an outlook at the congressional and administrative level, and then discuss finally our federal legislative values and agenda, and then open it up for board questions and concluding remarks. The intent of today's discussion is to get some direction as we head into 2025 on our legislative agenda. We'll have a new administration, a new Congress at the federal level, have a new legislature at the state level with the same governor. And so to that end, our plan would be to have this conversation today, make any field adjustments that are needed based on your direction, as this is your legislative policy agenda, and then come back in January once we know the outcome of the election, and basically, as well as the new board, once the new board is seated, to get the new board's input on this agenda as well. So with that, I'll turn it over to Karen Cruz. Thank you, Karen. It's been just under a year since you've been on board with the team. You've really helped us elevate our advocacy work. Having you down in Phoenix has been tremendous for us. We accomplished 2 bills this past legislative session and held off on a number of fund sweeps that could have potentially impacted the county. And so with that, Karen, if you could just give an outlook on the state, including primary election impacts, revenue numbers, and key races to watch for control of the legislature. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Gregory. And hello, supervisors. It's my honor and my privilege to continue to work on your behalf in the interests of Coconino County. I did want to give you just a very quick recap. In LD6, it remained the same, which is Senator Hitoffley came back without any primary or general opposition. And then Representatives Sosi and Peshlikai are also coming back. In LD7, which was one of the most closely watched Senate races, as we know, Senator Rogers retained her seat over the challenger, Representative David Cook. And David Cook, leaving his House seat, a former representative in Mr. Blackman is actually coming back. So it will be Representative Blackman that we are familiar with, and Representative Marshall, who also retained his seat for LD7. So there's really not a lot of change for us in our legislative districts. Looking forward in the general election, there's really only 3 super hot races that everybody is watching. They're LD2, which is in North Phoenix, LD4, which is Paradise Valley and North Scottsdale, and LD9, which is in Central Mesa. are really the toss-ups in both the House and the Senate. As you know, pontificators between my colleagues and myself, what we're guessing, best guess, of course, the outcome could be anything. But what we're expecting to happen, or at least potentially likely to happen, is that the Senate could potentially be tied, a 15-15 split, but that we see difficulty for the Democrats to either split or take the House chamber altogether. So the Democrats will probably have a tough challenge to just hang on to what they have in the House. Anything can happen, you know, in a world where carpenters are resurrected, anything can happen. But that's the conventional wisdom right now that we're kind of reading the tea leaves and could potentially happen. As it relates to the budget, I'll just very quickly say, because there's a lot, and I know Gregory had sent you a recap from JLBC as well. The bottom line is that there's 412 million more in revenue that came in that was at more than anticipated in the January prediction by JLBC. That is mostly in one-time funding coming from unclaimed property deposits, interest earnings, and Medicaid reimbursements. So while that's very good news rolling into this next session, we have to remember that you know, to the extent that there are any revenues left of the 412, because we don't know what the final spending amount will be for the state quite yet. Those numbers have not come in yet. We'll get those in August. But rolling into next session, we're certainly in better shape than we were rolling into last session, which then prompts me to talk about next session. A couple of things that we are working on. We do have a couple of budget asks of the governor. We're going to request for the governor to include in her budget proposal that she will reveal in January the 35 million for the DFFM to recapitalize the DFFM fund, that third category for emergency response. Last year, we got a lot of empathy. Everybody understood that it was important. We had a lot of support for the idea. It just was a wrong time to be asking for it. And so we're going to go back at it and we'll continue to ask for that. But that's one of the strategies right now. And we are working with Director Torres of DFFM to help to advocate for that. And we might expand to include the DEMA director as well, as they are in the process of submitting their agency budgets to the governor so that she can then sift through and put her budget proposal together, again, not to be released until January. The other budget item that we're going to be suggesting and sitting down with the governor's office to include is 1.65 million for the Pathways to Communities program. And that would be for 14 and a half full-time employees, in addition to expanding hours to include weekends for screenings. That is right up her alley. It is something that, an issue that she is very passionate about. So we're hopeful that she's open to both of those items, but we'll see. We'll definitely keep you posted as we have those conversations, and may even include you in some of those meetings if you're open to it. ADEQ, I know with everything going on with Pinyon Plain right now, a very small sliver of what I can offer and what I can help move along is ADEQ. The Department of Environmental Quality is holding a legislative ideas stakeholder meeting that's been rescheduled. It's now October 17th. And I've been working with Gregory, who's been receiving input from you, to offer up some ideas that we have that they could do from a policy changes that they could potentially offer up and maybe work with us on, including expanding their authority to include haul route monitoring around mines, increase their communication as it relates to monitoring mine activities, and then possibly expand their authority as it relates to permitting. And that's very general. There's probably more detail that we could get into there, but generally speaking, those are the issues that I'll be bringing up at that meeting, and that we have been having very informal conversations about generally kind of what their expectations are for their legislative agenda. And it's really just not that much. So these would be big pushes, but we'll see. We have also been working with the Department of Insurance and financial institutions related to our wildfire insurance crisis that you are experiencing with constituents up there who aren't able to get homeowners insurance for wildfires. We had a good meeting with Director Barbara Richardson of DIFI, who agreed to assemble a group of stakeholders that would include insurance industry experts, and us and others that could talk about how, first of all, to make sure that what the insurance carriers are underwriting for in terms of mitigation, what they value as mitigation, as they're including in their underwriting exercise, to actually mirror what is helpful and actually working on the ground. So she's agreed to thread that stakeholder group together to make sure that we're all synced up, that what they're valuing in mitigation and the ability for residents to get insurance is actually helpful activities that our residents could do in order to retain and get their homeowners insurance.
Karen, if I may.
Yes.
Just to build on that, we attended the managers meeting last Friday in Prescott, where Pima County is also bringing forward a fire insurance resolution as it relates to this issue in Pima. Mr. Rossi, who was spearheading that for Pima County, their contract lobbyist, was not on the line, but I did offer Coconino County support in that effort, that we would like to be at the table. So Pima County has already been engaged with DIFI on that, and Karen will be working with Mr. Rossi to get caught up in terms of how the agency is progressing with their discussions with Pima, which Director Richardson did note when we met with her as well. Lucinda was also at the meeting, so we're waiting really in terms of hearing whether the governor would support the task force to convene the stakeholder group and then provide a forum for communications about how to ensure that the work that you all are investing in through the Forest Restoration Initiative up in the Upper Rio, Bill Williams Mountain, that information is getting conveyed to the insurance companies so that they can have a better, more granular risk analysis model to make informed decisions as they make decisions about whether to continue to insure or not within our region.
And just to piggyback on that, I did reach out to Michael Rossi today to get that, open up that dialogue. He's not gotten back to me yet, but to piggyback on what Greg said, we are going to work with Pima County on that effort. Related to water, continue to engage in NAMWA's activities. They're contemplating maybe creating a more formal entity as a group to maybe establish themselves as a 501c3 or a 501c4 or some activity like that. Maybe clarify their mission a little bit and just become a little bit formalized of a group.
Karen, you mean the rural groundwater management stakeholders group,
I mean,
not
yes,
Northern Arizona municipal water users, correct?
Correct. Yes, the rural
Thank you.
groundwater work. Yes, I'm sorry. The SMART Fund continue to advocate to recapitalize the SMART Fund, which of course is the matching fund to help draw down federal dollars. It originally had $35 million appropriated to it. There was no appropriation into the fund last year. We are certainly not alone in our advocacy for that or even the use of that fund. In fact, Coconino County was awarded $195,000 and some change for a Safe Streets for All grant. And obviously we could potentially be submitting requests for more of those match dollars as we go along with our infrastructure
And we
project.
also received almost $3 million, 3.4, I believe, for the Protect grant match. So that SMART Fund is paying dividends to match state dollars with federal dollars so that local funding does not have to be brought to these projects. So it helps free up additional capacity for the board during their budgeting process through as it relates to your decisions over the general fund.
Right. And then Mojave County recently submitted to CSA as a legislative proposal that they'd like to bring forward related to our SOCI issue to secure. Theirs is more related to ensuring that there are behavioral health, mental health facilities that are licensed and available, because right now it's not clear in law, apparently, that when someone who has been convicted of a serious crime who is not able to stand trial is remanded to a behavioral health and mental health facility, it's a little unclear what that really means and if there are enough facilities to accommodate those folks. Yes.
Yeah, and if I may, the issue is that in 2021, there was new statute put into place by Representative Bartow, as well as a $25 million appropriation to construct secure rural behavioral health center. What happened was Representative Bartow left the legislature, they swept the 25 million. So there's statute on place saying that these violent, non-competent, non-restorable population should go to this secure facility, but there is no secure facility. And so what's happening in Mojave County, and we'll continue to monitor it, is that the county attorney has a murderer that has been declared nonviolent or declared violent, non-competent, non-restorable. And so the county attorney wants that individual held for good reason to protect public health and safety. Well, the public defender is saying, well, they're not charged with anything because the charges have been dropped. So there's a constitutional issue that arises with the holding of that individual, and there's no mechanism or place for that individual to go to protect the community. So it's a difficult situation. This just emerged. We just got the information from Mojave on Friday. We've been monitoring the SOCI v. Coconino issue all along. We met with Navajo County that had a proposal that they drafted last year, their deputy county attorney. And basically their proposal would allow the public fiduciary to determine who they would provide service to, because in our case, we had a judge that ordered an individual into the guardianship of the public fiduciary. Eventually that case resolved itself because that individual was sentenced to the Department of Corrections. And so the public fiduciary was relieved of that guardianship. And so in talking with Navajo County, their proposal really would open up the doorway of well, what are we going to do with this population? And so that's a much broader statewide conversation about mental health funding, et cetera. So I've been asking Craig Sullivan to see if we could have a coalition resolution put forward from CSA on behalf of all the counties to call the legislature to provide a solution and funding to deal with these types of mental health issues in populations, so that there's protection of civil liberties, protection of the community's public health and safety, and then resolving the issue of not having the funding necessary. So you'll hear this theme as we get into this, but our state really is in a crisis of funding. We heard down at the managers meeting from Sam Elters, who serves on the transportation board, we're at $162 billion shortfall just in the state transportation system heading into 2050. There's no money, but there's statute for these facilities for rural behavioral mental health. So those are the types of things that we'll be engaging on. But going into CSA with a proposal to try to solve or fix the issue right now really requires a lot of stakeholder work and communications between the state agencies, the legislature, other impacted counties, county attorneys. And so I've asked Craig to see how we can start to have that conversation rather than us just coming in with a proposal and then, you know, not having all the stakeholder engagements done. So it's quite a large lift on that. Mojave is proceeding with a proposal that would basically say these individuals should go to the Arizona State Hospital as a solution. But in our review of that, the funding just isn't there to do that. And so again, it comes down to these funding questions, which we'll hear continuously about, especially as we look at the $900 million ESA program that continues to grow as an unchecked exposure on the state's budget. So I bring that up so you have some more context over some of the discussions we've been having over the summer and the issues as it relates to these very complex policy issues that affect many stakeholders across the state of Arizona.
Okay, thank you, Greg. I have a couple questions from the board. Supervisor Fowler?
Yeah, I don't think this is gonna be a really tough conversation. Maybe what we need to do at CSA is create a subcommittee, like we do sometimes, to really create a across the state, county, conversation, and have our departments that are impact to come in and really have a, make up that group so that they can come up with at least some kind of, proposal to the state. Because the state's gonna, if we just leave it to the state, they're just gonna tear it apart, and they don't really realize sometimes, especially with new elected officials coming in, they're not gonna know how to approach it because they don't know the counties. So it's really up to us, at the CSA level to create a subcommittee to be able to really study this.
Supervisor Fowler, Madam Chair, just a note on that, that would be as we head into the summit in early October, and Mojave's proposal is there, and we find out what CSA is looking at in terms of a coalition resolution. Those would be the types of talking points, input that'll be so valuable among your peers within the County Supervisors Association, and steering the direction of the association to move that type of initiative forward.
Okay, we do have a comment by Supervisor Horstman.
Actually, I was going to wait until you were through with your presentation, then have a couple comments. So,
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair and Supervisor Horstman. I just have one last thing, and that is obviously supporting the project that we will be including in the RTAC bill, which is the Burris Lane Roundabout. I know that staff is accumulating the data and the information for the one pager that Metro Plan is putting together that then will be included in the larger packet. So that is my last item, in addition to the 3.5 pages or 2.5 pages worth of values and the and the legislative agenda sheet that you all have in front of you and hopefully have had an opportunity to review. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, and just a note, Karen, I'll swing back over here, and members of the board, in the interest of time, we've reviewed these documents multiple times over the summer. We've added to them. We've heard your feedback. I think Keith's also met with you a couple of times about this. And so in the interest of time, I'm happy to take any input on what's been presented to you. As I said, these are your documents. We can add, we can remove. We'll continue the conversation as we work to execute your agenda, but certainly want to open it up since we have our contract advocates online and not belabor the language, if that's okay with you.
Horstman?
yes, and that's okay with me. But a couple comments. First and foremost, thanks for the information. I agree wholeheartedly that there's no reason for us to try to come up with anything for this summit in October. There's just too many unknowns. And, obviously what we can or can't do may well be defined by the election. And there's no reason for us to be, throwing our, a political capital for something that's just going to be dead on arrival after the election. So I would agree that there's no reason for us to do anything before the summit. On the other hand, I think, once we see where we are moving forward, I think we can decide on some of the tactics for the next legislative session. You and Keith have been great on meeting with us on the legislative values and priorities. I think you pretty much got, from looking at it, pretty much got all of them, and probably more than we need. But I think it's a very good list. And as I said, once we the dust from the election kind of settles, we can decide maybe what we can push and where our priorities need to be. Couple comments. I really do like the idea of DFFM funding. I think you're right. When we were there, we were advocating back at the state legislature, even with some that were fairly conservative with regards to the budget, understood the importance of it. So I like the idea of moving forward with that when we can. And I'm glad that you're looking at both Adema and Torres. I think both of them need to come on board for us to be able to get this. Love the Pathways. I think those are programs that are very, even across bipartisan. I think they have a lot of bipartisan support. One comment to make on the whole insurance item, and I did talk with Lucinda Andriani on this as well. This whole insurance situation isn't just Arizona. It's all across the West and probably beyond the West, but it's really hit the West. And this certainly came up at NACO. I know that Heidi Hall from Nevada County in California has talked about the possibility of starting a subcommittee on the whole insurance issue to try to get that, really a number of states and a number of us together as a united front on that. So, and I know it's also very state specific. So I like the idea for the outreach for Pima County. I think that's excellent. And then you were talking about a October 17th ADEQ meeting I did with Karen Peters. I'm not sure what that is. So maybe you can explain that a little bit more.
Yeah, so they were doing, and I just found out from Karen today on this call that had been rescheduled, but they're doing a brainstorming about policy and input ideas that they could work on to improve their agency response to the citizens of
Who are
Arizona.
they brainstorming with, since we just found out about it?
It's just it's an open call to the public.
Okay. Well, because that may be something some of us would like to be involved in as well. So
It
please
conf-
keep.
And
Well,
just a note, it will conflict with the Arizona Transportation Summit. Is that right, Karen, October 17th? I believe
Yes.
that will conflict with the summit that's occurring down in Prescott. So we may have to do some dividing and conquering there. There is a transportation summit in Prescott. I know Supervisor Vasquez, as chair of Metro Plan, will be heavily engaged in that.
And I also will be down there. And Supervisor Horseman, I also wanted to just remind everyone or let everybody know that NAIC, the National Association of Insurance Carriers, which is the national group of insurance companies, is also very focused on this wildfire issue and has created a committee of their own and are establishing, they're open to the public. It's available to the public on their website, but they do have information about where they're at and resources for insurers to look at. But they're very focused on this as well. And our own Director Barbara Richardson is also serves on that committee. So we're in good shape. We just need to make sure that the mitigation efforts that are actually helpful are translating to the insurance company. So when they actuarially create their risk assessment, as Gregory said, that it's really helpful stuff that people can do that then either make it available or make it more affordable for residents.
And it really may need federal legislation. I mean, it's really causing, some parts of the West in particular have been so impacted that even if they change the risk assessment and have a more depth and breadth of risk assessments, it's still not going to be enough for people, quite frankly. I mean, I've been getting calls from people who have their insurance rates have just skyrocketed, or they can't get coverage. So it's definitely something I think that needs to be taken our focus, and it needs to get our focus and attention moving forward.
Chair Begay and Supervisor, absolutely. One of the things is insurance is regulated at the state level. So having federal legislation would be very historic. The other piece too is that Arizona is not a fair state. Other states like Colorado just became a fair state, which creates an insurance pool of last resort for communities. So that's something at the state policy level we could certainly look at. It will not be driven by the insurance department themselves unless we can get the governor on board. So that would become another talking point as we engage the governor's office about getting fair legislation introduced in Arizona to create a pool of last resort.
And I like the pool of last resort. It's probably a great idea, but it may be incentivized on a federal level and funding on a federal level. We've got to come up with something. And Arizona and New Mexico, California, Nevada have been hit particularly.
Supervisor Fowler?
Yeah, I'm glad we're having this conversation because when we met, I'm now the chair of RAC, which is the rural counties. We're going to have this added to part of our discussion as well. So because it is across all the small counties and particularly, just like you mentioned, Supervisor Horseman, is the West is really having an impact with the wildfires and the flooding and just the natural disasters that come through. It's just impacting all mostly rural counties. So that's what we're going to be that's one of the topics that we'll be taking on. So thanks.
Chair Begay, supervisors. Also, when we met with DFE, the issue is not just limited to the West, it's convective thunderstorms. As the atmosphere is warmer, holds more water, we're seeing convective thunderstorms with hail damage in the Midwest. So the insurance companies are starting to pull out of rural communities in general across the whole United States due to the climate crisis. So really, it is a national issue, but it's regionalized as it relates to where we're seeing the effects of the unstable atmosphere.
Madam Chair, and as such, having that come before the RAC, maybe think about how we should frame that, because we're the ones that are going to be bringing it on to RAC and giving the example of the impacts and as well as what we're doing, trying to do about it. So trying to find solution to it, if we can find, anyway, at least have a conversation. Yeah.
Chair Begay and Supervisor, I think another thing that we probably want to start to compile is a record of what you're hearing from your constituents, the kind of on the ground anecdotal stories about how this is affecting people. I think that's really powerful in terms of how we share this messaging and roll that out. So if you're hearing from constituents, please engage government affairs. We're happy to support you in that and catalog those stories so that we're really bringing the voice of those people that are dealing with this issue forward, and it'll help our advocacy and also get us some numbers on what we're hearing. I know every week I'm on the Munns Park Facebook group and I see someone talking about their insurance issues down there. So.
Any other comments, questions, suggestions, whatever? Okay. Go ahead.
Can I just add, I agree that we should not have a proposal this year. I think some of the items that we just had our conversation. I am just in full support of that. And I think that as much as we can do locally and at state, and then really push at the federal level as well, since we're in, we can actually do that from our county. So thanks. We have great staff, so we're able to take it on. Thank you.
Chair Begay and board members, if I may, we're certainly going to be going into an education phase since we'll have a new legislature. So we do have the court system funding strategy, education down on our agenda. CSA is embarking on a research agenda to categorize all the costs and funding mechanisms that come into the court system within the county. There's a survey out. I want to thank Deputy County Manager Phil Pott for spearheading getting those responses. It's very complex. There's also funding mechanisms. So what CSA is envisioning is creating a 15 county toolkit so that we can help to educate lawmakers about how their decisions impact our court system and the funding that comes in. So I wanted to just bring that up. I know Supervisor Fowler, you mentioned that during the budget process. It's been on our radar. We're continuing to work on that. And we're actually going to be trying to put together a 2-page leave behind about our system so that when we head down to Phoenix this fall with members that we know will be there, and in setting up meetings heading into the next session, we can start that education about how the nexus of county government touches the state funding decisions that are made by the legislature.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. Karen, thank you so much for helping us and bringing the state issues and things that we're working on down there for us, and with Greg and Keith here. So I just want to say thank you so much because we do have a big rural area. We have homeowners insurance that comes to us. We have all sorts of stuff coming, but you know, you guys are good, taking the ones that are the main ones. So I just want to say thank you to you all. So any other comments? Are we done? Okay. Thank you, Greg.
Thank you. We have the federal side.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. Thank you.
Hi, Karen, thank you. And Greg, I just like what you just said at the end.
Chair Begay, Supervisor Fowler, we saw that firsthand with the opioid settlement funds this year. They thought they were going to move that around and that it would have minimal impact. And then here we are, you know, having to add another item to our list to go down and get state funding to support the wonderful work that that program is delivering every day to our community. So with that, transitioning to the federal side, thank you, Bob and Anna, for being on this afternoon and getting on relatively early as the board was being very efficient in their business today. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to you for a congressional outlook. And then just to note that Vice Chair Horseman and I will be traveling to DC for the PILT fly-in. So we'll have another touch point on our federal agenda here in September on the 10th through the 13th. With NACO, so we'll SRS for FY24 is still not reauthorized. That's a significant exposure for us. We'll be heading there with Superintendent Mago Pageant. And so just want to thank Bob and Anna for continuing to organize meetings, get us in front of members and administrative folks, key members, and then continuing to carry our message. We've sent a lot of letters out, so thank you for getting those out. A DFFM request went to Tom Torres today, for example. So just wanted to recognize that that will be occurring and then turn it over to Bob and Anna for a congressional outlook. Thank you.
Thanks, Greg, and thanks, members of the board. We appreciate our partnership with you all and are happy to be here today. I think Supervisor Horseman, I think your visit will be timely because that may be the only week that Congress is in session, and I think that segues nicely into our congressional update. As you know, Congress recessed, the House recessed the second to last week of July. The Senate.
Bob, just give me a second. We're having some difficulty hearing you, so let me see if we can get some microphones turned or speakers turned up here.
We're going to be able to see Washington, D.C. pre-election and post-election. Is that what you mean?
Very true. Yes, yes, yes. I'm going to try to turn up my volume too to see if that works. Is that any better on your end?
Yes, it is actually a lot better.
Okay, good. I turned my volume up all the way and apologies for that. And I was going to say, Supervisor Horseman, I think your visit will be timely because that might be the only week Congress is in session between now and the election. Congress the Senate adjourned the last week of July, the House the week before, and they're in full campaign mode, obviously, and a lot of dynamics have changed, obviously, in the last couple of months, as you all have seen. So Congress has completed, the House has completed about 9 of their appropriations bills of the 12. The Senate has completed only 5. So when we come back in September, they're going to try to wrap up some of those in the Senate, and the House will try to complete theirs. They will probably in 1 or 2 weeks probably pass a continuing resolution because the fiscal year ends September 30th. We expect them to pass a continuing resolution that will go through the election, probably mid-December timeframe, although some, especially on the Republican side, would like to push it through until March next year. But it looks like all sides have agreed to sometime after the election, at which point Congress will then recess again for the election and then come back the week after the election for a lame duck session. Now, a lame duck session could look very different than what we're accustomed to. Usually they do a lot on a um, uh, a lame duck session because the dynamics change slightly. There's a potential that Republicans could sweep. There's a potential that Democrats could sweep. And if those two scenarios happen, there could be a very quick lame duck session. They have to tackle a couple of issues, which is the National Defense Authorization Act, or NDAA, or WRDA, which is a Water Resources Development Act, and a couple other bills, as well as appropriations, and they may just clear the deck and get out. However, there could be a public lands package and some other bills that could be included in larger bills if it's a longer protracted lame duck session, which is certainly not out of the realm of possibility. So that's the quick legislative update. And we're happy to answer any questions and throw it back to you, Greg. So thanks again for letting us be here.
Thank you, Bob and Anna. So with that, I mean, obviously there's considerable uncertainty at the federal level. We do have 3 congressionally directed spending requests that have made it into 2 on the Senate side, 1 on the House side. The EOC for the EOC flood control facility is in as a result of Mr. Gallego's advocacy. And then we also have the blanking.
The digital,
it's been a long day.
We have the digital transformation for 150. And also.
Anna, you're going to need to turn your mic up too.
Really? Is that better?
Digital transformation, and then we also have the sheriff's radio project on the Senate side. And so we're waiting on the medical examiner's office as well as the Tribal Nation Services Center on the Senate side, but they have been requested. The bills just haven't been dropped, so we don't know. So with that, really, you'll see what we've prepared as a legislative values and agenda, very consistent to what we've had over the past year, because not a whole lot has been accomplished at the federal level, including the 2023 Farm Bill has not been done. We've seen a House version. We still have not seen the Senate version of that. And so we'll continue to advocate for those programs that we have in there, as well as some of the social benefit programs around SNAP and TANF. We're continuing to monitor legislation that gets dropped around the Wildfire Commission recommendations. I did send a matrix out with those bills. And so one of the things we'll need to look at is the presidential disaster declaration as the trigger for the expanded harmful incident period, which we know when the forest burns, we often don't have 13 and some change $1 million of public infrastructure in the forest. So how do we look at things, policy solutions that we can arrive at to best meet the needs of our local level? One idea might be looking at the forest as infrastructure itself. It provides wildlife habitat, clean air, clean water, timber, recreational activities, all of these multi-use benefits to both the human and non-human world. So we're continuing to look at how we can make increments on that. We did meet with Paul Babbitt over the summer and raise those concerns. A letter did just go out to the chief of the Forest Service, copying our delegation, Dr. Wilkes, to follow up on our hallway conversation, Supervisor Horstman at NACO, about the need to prioritize the remaining bipartisan infrastructure law and Inflation Reduction Act funding to communities where partner dollars are being invested. The board here has made, as the Flood Control District Board of Directors, has made significant local investments to bring down federal money so that we can maximize the amount of dollars to mitigate the risk of catastrophic wildfire. So, those are some of the things we'll continue to work on. Obviously, we were 6 months late this year in getting a federal budget for FY24. That caused some significant holdups. And then we continue to just keep our foot on the gas as it relates to our major issues at the federal level. As I mentioned earlier, SRS is really right now where we need to be focusing. It's a tremendous exposure for your budget, for the schools of this county, for all of the other counties across the West, and we'll be there in September to put the pressure on about that, particularly with the Western Republicans. So in order to not belabor our documents, again, these are the same documents that we met with you multiple times individually about over the summer. We're happy to answer any questions or provide, if there's something we're missing, get it in there. But really just wanted to have a conversation today and give an update on where things are.
Thank you, Bob and Anna and Greg. Supervisor Horseman?
It's always interesting, isn't it? So, once again, I think we're going to have to wait till the dust settles until after the election, really, to decide our priorities as we move forward. But as always, we appreciate our advocates back there in Washington, D.C. Don't know how you do it sometimes, but we appreciate you back there anyway and advocating for us. So thank you very much. And I'll see you soon.
Thank you, Supervisor. And I would be remiss if I didn't say that this is a great team with Gregory and Andy and Keith. We've been able to do incredible things. The fact that we consistently get earmarks is something that shouldn't be overlooked. There are a lot of communities that apply for earmarks year after year and don't get any. So the fact that you guys are tremendous advocates, put together great projects and have a great team is why we've been able to be so successful here in DC. So we're just happy to be a part of it.
Chair Begay and board members, if I may indulge, but just to note, we put the numbers together from FY 23, 24, and then potentially 25. We're looking at, if we get awarded 25's request, we would be over $100 million since FY 23. That's been delivered with the work of Bob and Anna. So just want to recognize their work as well and the significant resources that they've been able to deliver from the federal government to the county on behalf of you and the citizens.
Yay, Coconino County, huh? Good team.
Supervisor?
Thank you. When we were there just for the co-impact counties, the energy meeting that we had, and then thereafter we're able to go on the Hill. Thank you, Anna, so to take us around and really remind our legislators. I think these visits to our state, to the Hill, the halls of Congress, it is so important just to be there. I'm really happy that Supervisor Horseman and Greg and who just
Superintendent Mango Pageant as
okay.
well.
All right, that she will be going, that you all will be going again, because the more that they understand and they see the county and just that our advocacy there is just so important. And being able to walk in and to say, oh, hey, hi, they remember us. I think it's really great. And thank you for opening those doors for us. Of course, you, Bob and Anna are always well known, and we're able to have those conversations. And that is really, really important, especially, when we have direct benefits from like the Farm Bill, when we have that in place, then our county directly has a direct impact here and positive impact, and all the discussions that are happening there, at least we have our input into those discussions that are going on there, and I really appreciate their heads up and stuff. So thank you. And I'm really happy that our delegation is actually the state delegation, not just our region. Really happy about that,
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Any other comments? Supervisor?
Yeah, I just want to reiterate for both the state and the federal lobbyists that we work with, we just really appreciate your help every time we go either to state or to DC to talk to different folks. You always have us well prepared and work with folks on both sides of the aisle to work on issues that are important to Coconino County. So really appreciate it and look forward to working with you in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you to everyone for being here. Keith and I do have a roundtable update, but we can pause on that if we need to. I know that's coming up, but or we could, I do have a few more things if you want to put it under this item, or we could wait till roundtable. I just wanted to give the board a update on our letters. Keith, would you like to come up? Thank you. Thank you, Bob and Anna.
So yeah, I'll be mercifully brief here. I think what I'll do is just give an update on the letters. We've sent out several letters recently, about 10 of them here. We have one from the forester for the Long Valley Experimental Forest, comments on that from our forest director, Jay Smith, about the importance of forest thinning. We've signed on to HR 7525, special districts definition legislation. And in terms of letters signed by the chair, we have 2 letters on the Coconino overpass elk crossing. One is for the planning grant and one is for the program. And so they're gonna, if those go through, there'll be additional overpasses over I-17 for wildlife to cross, which is very helpful because there are a number of usually elk, but some other wildlife like pronghorn and stuff, collisions there sometimes. We have a letter on BIL and IRA Forest Service project funding. Then a reauthorization letter to our senators and Representative Crane for the National Flood Insurance Program. We have a letter that just, I think, is pending, about to go out on the DFFM to the Director Torres about trying to get the DFFM funding into the governor's budget. We have one pending that we'll be putting forward, or actually it's on the chair's desk, I believe, for the USDA rural development, to make sure that that funding is continued and not cut. And then we're also working on one for the pathways funding to try to get a budget request in there. We also have one that NACO is somewhat directing on the just our support to our congressional delegation on trying to restore the affordable connectivity program for the broadband that 6,000 plus households in Coconino County were able to take advantage of, but that program was discontinued and we're hoping to get it restored. And otherwise, that's my only update. If you have any questions, happy to field those.
And that concludes our item for today. So thank you, board members, for your time, for your input, and for the conversation as we work to effectuate the agenda. And we'll certainly have to pivot and modify based on what happens in November. So thank you.
Thank you, Greg and Keith, for your update and all the work that you put behind everything, being our watchdogs. Just basically being there for us. Next item on the agenda, we have item number 78, a discussion and review possible direction regarding Board of Supervisors planning calendar. County Manager and
Thank you so much, Chair Begay, members of the board.
let's do
5-minute.
We're going to take a 5-minute break and we'll be back.
And it was hard. Ma- Madam Chair, members of the board, we are on item number 78. I'm standing up to be on my feet. I can't guarantee that I'll be quick on my feet at this point in the day, but in terms of pivoting and adapting, want to again thank our finance department, Siri, and our county treasurer, Sarah Benatar, our Cheryl Mango, pageant superintendent of schools, to ensure that the board's statutory obligations are met correctly with the tax rates. And so with that, we do need to have a special session on Monday, August 19th at 9 a.m. On those tax rates. Also of note on that day and during times next week, Kim Musselman, Deputy County Manager, is working with Cynthia Nemeth, Parks and Rec Director, to get the board to the Frontier property for some site visits. And so we have, I believe it's Monday that's potentially available, potentially Friday after the Matt Ryan renaming event at Raymond Park, which is coming up, I think possibly Tuesday as well before the board meeting, Kim, next week. So just throwing out some potential dates there.
Yeah, well, and so that was one of the things I just want to make sure. Obviously, we cannot have a quorum because it cannot be a county meeting because you're going to be voting on some things. So if we can put out 3 or 4 different dates and at least 2 of you can pick a time that works, I'll have Cynthia get work with your directors to see what works best for you so that we can do that, hopefully 2 at a time if possible. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Kim. So that's August 19th, and then August 20th, it's a night meeting, 6 p.m. We have some proclamations, consent agenda, and then a Parks and Rec public hearing on fees. That's specifically for a bench memorial program, so it's not the full set of Parks and Recreation fees, but rather a memorial program fee, which you've had a work session on that item some time ago as well. And then we have a community development public hearing. It's actually an appeal of a denial of a planning and zoning commission conditional use permit for Grand Canyon Echo development, which is a bit of a glamping development as well as a yoga retreat. So we will be preparing for that item as well. Also of note, we're working potentially to get on a resolution for National Code Talkers Day. I believe there's a stand down in Window Rock tomorrow. We apologize for not getting that item on the agenda for today, but we'll try to get a resolution on for next Tuesday. So we'll be working on that. City of Flagstaff actually read their resolution yesterday. So, and then let's see, that's Tuesday, and then Thursday, the 22nd, High Country Training Academy graduation. That's nice to put on as a potential quorum, and that we have our potential future sheriff's deputies as well as some other police academy graduates on that date. I don't have the list right now, but we'll let you know as we learn more about who will be graduating as a future sheriff's deputy. We hear a lot about and at the county manager's meeting on Friday, which Gregory and Keith attended. That's a big topic of conversation as far as staffing our sheriff's deputies, our police forces, and recruitment for those. And so big topic of conversation all throughout the state. And then on August 23rd, Friday at 10 a.m., we have the special session for the Matt Ryan naming event at Raymond Park. That's gearing up to be a very nice event on Friday. and really looking forward to spending the time with that. And then on Saturday, we have a party event. I believe there is a quorum posting for that, and it's at Bushmaster Park, if I remember correctly.
There's also a Barks and Brews. There may
Is there
be,
Barks and
yes,
Brews?
Barks
Okay.
and Brews is happening again.
Okay, thank
So
you.
that's
Well,
at
no,
the courthouse, and there may be a quorum on that as well. So
well,
that's where you sign in. You and your dog sign in. One gets a mug, the other gets a dish. Exactly.
all I know. Okay, thank you. And then August 27th, our next regular board meeting at 10 a.m. Thank you, Lindsay, for scrolling through. Coconino Center for the Arts 40th anniversary. Vice Chair Horseman, you'll be joining virtually for that meeting. So we also have the Frontier Master Plan discussion and action. You heard that item today. And then, so that's an action item for the 27th. And then the Flood Control District will be updating us on their capital projects. And I think it's safe to say that will be a pretty extensive presentation with all of the capital projects that are taking place. And then also on that date, we have an expenditure limitation update. As you know, we had that conversation last Friday. We made a lot of progress. It takes a lot to put on an election, not just to hold an election, which the county is obligated to do and required to do, but also we have an item, and that's the expenditure limitation permanent base adjustment. Preparing the publicity pamphlet now. That will include all of the pro statements, all of the frequently asked questions, the mark. We're at several pages, I believe 30, 32 pages with the translations as well. We'll need to work on paring that down a bit. So we'll be finalizing that this week. And then a CSA presentation. Craig Sullivan from County Supervisors Association will be here with a report on the recent legislative session. And then to know, also on that date, you go down jail district remodel expansion project. So we've been working with the sheriff's office on a potential jail district remodel. It's a pretty significant project in terms of cost. So we will also with that need to be looking at finance options for the jail district. We've worked with them on their 10-year financial plan, and so some financing options will need to be discussed as well with them on that project. And then of note is our National Public Service Awards events, both in Page, Fredonia, and then also at the Coconino County Fairgrounds. So a lot of events happening. Climb to Conquer Cancer is also happening, and I think we'll stop there. That gets us to the September 2nd holiday of Labor Day.
So I know I got from, I think it was you, Erica Philpott, or maybe it was Melissa, just a request to, if you can't walk to Conquer Cancer, just to go ahead and go online, donate for our wonderful team. So there's a little bit of a competition going on, and if you can go online and donate, and make sure you go to the, what is it, Coconino County Run, what do they call them? There's a name. Yeah. I think it was Coconino County Runners. Guess it was Melissa came. Yeah. Climbers, not runners. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah. But even when you go to that page, you want to make sure that it's the Coconino County Climbers.
Thank you for noting that, Vice Chair Horseman. That's a very important event. We've had a lot of friends and employees impacted by. No, that's in September 7th. Yeah. Yeah. Also, also on Friday, we noted that we do want to start thinking about a retreat as we get through the election season. November 5th is a significant day for all of us. And then after that election time, we really want to dial into what a retreat, what the topics to discuss, when to have it, where to have it. Right now, we're generally looking at the week of, I believe there's a holiday week for, thank you, November 25th, possibly like the Monday, Tuesday of that week to get together and hopefully have a real retreat to where we can start taking on some of our topics as staff and as a board.
Patrice?
And have it outside of here, so we aren't here in our boardroom to do it.
You know, once
so
we're here, it's super easy for us to get caught up
just,
in our,
it doesn't work. And
Yeah.
it's not the right atmosphere
yeah.
to really look into what a real retreat is. So
Yeah.
I would hope we could do that. So the other thing I'm going to ask to get on the calendar as well, and just information that we have, I know that from discussions with you, County Manager, that we are down in terms of our election workers.
We are.
And
Yeah.
so it would be helpful for people to know that. It would be helpful for people to know who they can contact for training and how to become an election worker. And it would be helpful for us, the board, to be able to get it out through our social media channels and as well as through, into our communities. So if we got that information now so that we could start recruiting, I mean, I think that there is a lot of people that are interested in preserving our right to vote here in Coconino County, but we need to get that information together. And I gave an opportunity, kind of threw a softball to do that, and there was no response. So I would really like to get something together for us, and we can get it out to, as I said, our communities.
Thank you, Vice Chair Horseman. Very good point. We'll work with our elections office on what they are pushing out. Social media is really grabs our largest audience, and so we'll work with them and our communications group, and then that will allow you to share it as well on social media. But thank you for noting that. We are short election workers. We could always use election workers for that November 5th election. As you know, county employees are such a significant part of those elections. And we know that it does, when it's all hands on deck like that, it can impact county service, and it impacts all of our departments like Public Works, Health and Human Services, Facilities, Elections, even Government Affairs was in full force, all two of them. But thank goodness for them, because it's hugely impactful. County employees are often the lifeblood of that election process, and we need those volunteers as well. So, and we'll be cognizant of who is available on November 5th to respond to non-election related issues, which do come up in our community. And so we'll be cognizant of those as well, and that we have staffing available to cover county concerns as well.
We can help. Is what my message to you is, we can help,
I know.
but we can't help unless we have the information.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Help us recruit election. Well, where do I start?
Most of us can help.
Well,
Some people are still on the river.
Where can I start? And then we'll get into what, anyway, yeah. But really appreciated it, that help, because our democratic process is the most important thing that we uphold here as local government representatives. Any other questions on the planning calendar? We have the next item is an update from the county manager, Kim and Erica. Unless you have anything, I think we can cover it in the planning calendar, and so then that will allow us to get to roundtable. Anything that, I'm sure I missed a few things, but we good? Okay. And of course, we're always available. So. Want to thank Gregory and Keith as well for coordinating with our contracted advocacy at both the state and federal level. And we are as well informed as any county in the state of Arizona. And oftentimes they look to us to help navigate their specific legislative agendas. And so that's an honor. It's also a lot of work. They're already asking us for our expenditure limitation information. And so there's just a lot happening throughout the state.
I know the supervisors are looking forward to this last item here. So that would be the roundtable. I think whoever wants to share any information at this time, because I know we were out mostly the month of August, and I don't know if anybody would just like to share. We'll just leave it open at this time. Next time. You're done? So, okay, I guess we're gonna go ahead and forego the roundtable. And then thank you very much, staff, for all the information that you gave us and all the hard work you're doing for our constituents out there, constantly just, planning and implementing and, all sorts of stuff. So I just want to say thank you to the board here too for making yourself available. It's a lot of work, but we're here for a purpose, which is to give back to the community for one, and then also to be out there and work with people as to what they need out there. So thank you, staff, and meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.